Good evening and welcome to the October 21st Euclid City Council meeting. If able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Cavanis.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Jaros.
Here.
McIntosh.
Here.
Watilla.
Here.
Langman.
Here.
Orshi.
Here.
Mancuso.
Here. Thank you. Do we have any communications?
No, none at this time.
Thank you. And council minutes?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cavanis.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to accept the council minutes from October 7th, 2019.
Thank you. Do I have a second? So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. And we will now go to administration reports and communications. Mayor Gale.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and those joining us today. If I could ask Lieutenant Rich Story from the Euclid Fire Department to come forward, please, and Chief Haddock. I will let Chief Haddock start.
So we're honoring Lieutenant Rich Story of the Euclid Fire Department tonight for an act that he did several months ago. He was coming back from a concert with his kids in the car, and they were on 90, and right in front of him was a car fire that was going. He got out of his car, traffic was stopped, and he pulled two victims out of the car that was burning, and they also rescued another person that was off to the side. So we submitted this award to the state, Assistant Chief Anderson, and he was honored with a Valor Award. We also got a resolution from the city here, and we also have from Kenny Yuko that we got a nice award for him. So I was fortunate enough to get hired with Rich Story, Lieutenant Story, back in 1990, and he'll tell you right now that he was just doing his job. He doesn't want anything to do with all this recognition, but I will tell you that he's an outstanding firefighter, he's an outstanding paramedic, he's an outstanding lieutenant, but more importantly, he's an outstanding husband and father to his family. So I'll let the mayor read the resolution.
Thank you, Chief. I've actually known Lieutenant Story since grade school. We went to Holy Cross School starting in first grade. I don't think you went to Memorial for kindergarten, did you? No, so we missed kindergarten. So I've known him for a long time, and I do know that he cares very much about this city, our community, and his job. And so it's not a surprise that he got this award, although we do know you're not happy to be up here receiving it. But it's important for the community to know the great work that our fire department does on a daily basis, and they do go above and beyond. So I have a resolution from City Council and myself. It reads, a resolution of congratulations to Lieutenant Richard Story of the City of Euclid Fire Department for receiving the 2019 Ohio Fire Service Valor Award by the Ohio Department of Commerce Division of the State Fire Marshal. Whereas on the night of February 12th, while off duty, driving home with his children, Lieutenant Story witnessed two cars collide on Interstate 90. And whereas Lieutenant Story quickly and bravely positioned his own vehicle to protect the driver flown from one of the vehicles onto the highway from oncoming traffic. Whereas Lieutenant Story then tended to the occupants in the other vehicle, which had caught fire after crashing into a guardrail. He found two occupants unconscious and trapped in the vehicle. Due to the heroic efforts of Lieutenant Story and a bystander, the two injured people were safely removed from the wreckage. Whereas Lieutenant Story has demonstrated outstanding efforts like this during his 29-year career with the City of Euclid Fire Department, as evidenced by the numerous letters of appreciation from citizens and multiple letters of commendation from his superior officers he has received. On behalf of the City Council and the administration, I hereby honor and extend congratulations to Lieutenant Rich Story for receiving the 2019 Ohio Fire Service Valor Award. Congratulations, and thank you for everything you do.
I just want to say thank you.
want to give a shout out to my fellow firefighters and Euclid Police that, you know, put their life on the line every day for the city of Euclid. And shout out to my dad, my sisters, and my mom. Thank you.
And Chief Haddock has another presentation to make or to receive.
Dan, would you like to come up? So we have a nice presentation here from University Hospitals, and before I do the introduction, I want to say that so far this year, the Euclid Fire Department has transported more than 1,700 patients to University Hospitals Richmond's medical campus, and this is almost 3 times as many patient transports as any other fire department in the area. Throughout the years, the Euclid Fire Department has had an amazing relationship with Richmond Hospital and University Hospitals, and Dan Ellenberger has been a huge part of that amazing relationship. Dan Ellenberger is the director of University Hospital's EMS Training and Disaster Preparedness Institute. And Dan and his team have always believed in ensuring that the best patient care is provided to the residents in the communities where their hospitals serve. Dan and his team are on the forefront of the best EMS training, education, and equipment that's available. And he makes sure that the boots on the ground, the paramedics, and the firefighters and the fire departments that deliver that service have that training and equipment. So Dan has been a tremendous advocate of the Euclid Fire Department in our community, and I thank him for all that he's done for us.
I don't have to say any more now, right? Okay. Tonight we'd like to donate to actually the community, the fire department, a LifePak 15 cardiac monitor. So it's a cardiac monitor, defibrillator. Today it's the state-of-the-art equipment. And we do that not because of 1,700 patients that were transported to Richmond Medical Center by far, but the reason that we're doing that is because we want to help to upgrade the services and the equipment that the guys have and the boots on the ground. And with this, we hope that we're able to save a lot of lives. So we want to thank you. This is David Cox, manager. David is the nurse manager at Richmond and Bedford Medical Center. Robin Rowell could not be here tonight. She's our president. She has another commitment, so she's at second string me here to say hello to you folks. So anyways.
I just want to add, it's a pleasure to continue the care that your communities receive from your fire departments and EMS and continue it at our emergency department. So thank you for working with us.
Thank you very much, and this is the monitor right here, right, that will go on to one of our fire vehicles and is able to provide advanced life-saving support to our residents in need. So we do want to thank Richmond University Hospital for your donation. We appreciate it. It will help to keep our residents safe, and we appreciate getting the best care as quickly as possible. And thank you to our fire department, first responders for their great work as well. Just another couple other announcements from myself and then the directors. I had the chance to attend Anything Goes, the production at Shore Cultural Center this past weekend on opening night. They did a great job, and so you have another opportunity if you have not had a chance to go see Anything Goes. And this is our community theater. It's at the beautiful Shore Cultural Center, so they have 3 more performances: Friday night, October 25th, Saturday night, October 26th, both of those at 7:30 p.m., and then a Sunday matinee at 2 p.m. Because Anything Goes is happening this coming weekend, the Euclid Orchestra had to move their concert, so they have a fall concert that was scheduled that date already. So Euclid Orchestra concert also takes place next Sunday, October 27th at 3 p.m., but they will be going to the Charles Brush High School in Lyndhurst at 4875 Glenlyn Road. After this month's concert, their December one will be back at Shore Cultural Center. So they will be back at Shore Cultural Center after this week. Those who want to mark your calendars, we will be having a Veterans Day ceremony here at City Hall on Veterans Day, which is November 11th. Starts at 11 o'clock. All are invited to attend and honor our veterans. Halloween is next week, October 31st. Trick-or-treating will take place from 6 to 8 in the city of Euclid, and invite everybody to participate, turn on your porch lights, and ask everyone to do so safely. And lastly, I just want to mention briefly, if you haven't seen it, I had the opportunity to join County Executive Armin Budish last week. He announced a lakefront vision that we're very proud of, is built really on what Euclid has been working on for a number of years and is finally accomplishing through our lakefront project. So the county executive and several of the lakefront communities, together with the Metro Parks, have submitted a grant to NOACA, the Northeast Ohio Area Coordinating Agency, to put together a plan for lakefront development across the whole county line. Now, that's a big vision. It will take a long time, but as with other projects, to have the plan in place and to start achieving it incrementally, I certainly hope it's something that we can achieve. The really great news is, as we've been talking about our project being a model and being precedent-setting, we're seeing that, because they really are building on what we've been able to accomplish and are continuing to accomplish, as well as Lakewood with their solstice steps. So we're really, I think, it's really great to be mentioned as on the forefront with our waterfront development project. And so I appreciate council's ongoing support of that project and the residents. A big piece of how we've gotten here and what they're looking to do is provide a lot of community input and help the community to develop the plan. So hopefully that funding will go forward and the vision will be created that can build off of what we are achieving here in Euclid. With that, I will start with Director Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair of the Council, and those in the audience. Just wanted to recognize and thank Euclid Public Schools for allowing the Recreation Department to have access to both football stadiums this past weekend. On Saturday, we had roughly 800 people in attendance to watch football games throughout much of the day. Congratulations to our 7U and 11U teams who both won their playoff games, and they will be advancing to the North Coast Youth Football Conference Super Bowl that will be played in Paynesville this coming weekend. Also, an announcement regarding our lap swim, morning lap swim. We will have lap swim every morning, but it will be cut an hour due to the lifeguard having jury duty this week. So he's only able to be there from 6 a.m. until 7 a.m. The afternoon hours will remain the same, 3:30 until 5:30 Monday through Friday, and Saturday morning is still the same. And lastly, just want to announce once again that the Recreation Department is having our first annual trunk or treat in CEOR Ice Arena parking lot this Saturday, October 26th from 12 p.m. until 2 p.m. It's a free, safe, and unique way to trick or treat by going trunk to treat in a fun and family atmosphere. Costumes are encouraged, but if you plan to offer your trunk, please register by calling the Recreation Department. And there's no fee to anyone that wants to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Holliday?
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Chair, members of council, and those watching. I'd like to invite everyone to attend the Executive and Finance Committee meeting that will be held this Wednesday, October 23rd at 6 o'clock here at Euclid City Hall. At the meeting, you'll hear a presentation of the draft Shore Cultural Center request for development proposals from our consultants at Silverlode Consulting. This is an opportunity to ask questions and provide input before the RFP is finalized and issued to developers later this month. I'd also like to invite everyone to join us at the second public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant Fiscal Year 2020 budget, which will be held on November 1st here at Euclid City Hall at 4 p.m. We do have a copy of the draft budget posted to the city website, so you can take a look at that, and then join us on November 1st to provide any input before that budget recommendation is finalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Meyer?
Thank you, Mayor, Council President, members of council, and members of the community. Just related to Halloween, Euclid police officers will be participating in the following trick-or-treat activities. There will be multiple trunk-or-treats. There will be a trunk-or-treat at the Euclid Hospital, and that will be, looks like tomorrow, the 22nd, and that's from 6 to 8 p.m. And that, I believe, is in the parking lot area of the Euclid Hospital. This one was just added here. We will also be participating in the trunk or treat at the CEO Arena, as Director Stevens mentioned. That'll be Saturday, the 26th, noon to 2 p.m. We'll also be participating in the Howl at the Hall, at the City Hall, and that will be Monday, the 28th, and that's from 10 a.m. to noon. And then last, the Euclid High School Trick or Treat, which will be held at the Euclid High School, and that will be on Tuesday, October 29th, and that is from 6 to 7:30 p.m. That'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Haddock?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair, members of council, and those watching. Safe, reliable, and modern apparatus and equipment are essential to our mission. So last week, the Euclid Fire Department placed into service its new command vehicle. And this is the vehicle that our shift commanders respond in. So I want to thank Mayor Holzheimer Gale, City Council, and the tax-paying residents for making that possible. Halloween night, EFD crews will be out passing out candy. Children, please do not run across the street. We will come to you. Daylight savings time ends on November 3rd, so as we turn our clocks back an hour, we're going to want to also check our smoke alarms. If your smoke alarm is more than 10 years old, it needs to be replaced, and the Euclid Fire Department will install smoke alarms into owner-occupied homes free of charge. To schedule an installation, please call 216-289-8402. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. And Director Connect?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair, Council, and those watching. Leaf season is holding on. The leaves have not started to fall enough for the crews to be out yet. We're on a day-to-day basis right now. We're hoping that by the 1st of November, the leaves will start to fall enough the crews can be out. Please remember that it is leaves only, and they need to be kept on the tree lawns. We don't want them in the street blocking the flow to catch basins or having cars park on top of them, which with these dry leaves that we've had lately could cause a fire. Please remember, no grass clippings, branches, twigs, plant material, or pumpkins in those piles. Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes administration reports this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we go to committee documentation, and we had a Building and Housing Standards Committee, so I will turn it over to Chairperson Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On October 9th, we did have a Building and Housing Standards Committee meeting. We did talk about the grass cutting program. We discussed how its best practices and things for next year, as this was the first year we've had put it in place, and the minimum dwelling unit size 2,000 square foot. The administration staff present was Commissioner Benno and Scott Muscatello, along with Jim Cuardi, our housing manager. Committee members present were Council members Gorshi, Cavanis, Moore, and Watilla. Our committee member that was excused was Councilman Langman, and other council members present was Council President Mancuso. The issues that were discussed, as I indicated a moment ago, is that there was an update on the new grass cutting program, and housing manager Jim Cuardi did go through the success, some issues and some concerns, some best practices and next steps, but overall was very pleased with the way that the program went. Continuing the discussion regarding the proposed ordinance regarding minimum dwelling unit size from June 19th, 05219, the ordinance repealing the Euclid Codified Ordinance Section 1749.01 and minimum dwelling unit size of Chapter 1749, miscellaneous regulations of the Building and Housing Code of the Codified Ordinances of the City of Euclid, and enacting Euclid Codified Ordinance Section 1381.11. So the minimum floor area of a single-family dwelling of Chapter 1381, area regulations of the Planning and Zoning Code of the Codified Ordinance of the City of Euclid to reduce the minimum square footage of single-family homes being built in the city of Euclid, considering lot size. So this has been quite a journey, and a lot of people had their hands into this. We did decide as a committee to kind of get rid of the whole dwelling unit size as a whole. Unfortunately, Commissioner Benno could not make it and wanted to really have a discussion as to why he felt we have a starting point and ending point. So with that discussion, there was an issue moved back to council with recommendation to approve with one amendment, which you will see in your legislation tonight, colleagues, 052A-19. Councilman Watilla did have another thought through that, so that's what's in front of us this evening. And thank you for Commissioner Benno for bringing that up, and my colleague Councilman Jaros for helping in this as well. So that is it. So we'll hear more about that in a few moments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to accept and receive the following committee documentations. The Board of Control dated October 7th and October 15th, 2019, and the Housing and Building Standards Committee held on October 9th, 2019.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? So moved by Councilwoman Hill. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We now come to the portion of the meeting where we have our first committee of the whole for legislative matters only. We are going to ask that all speakers come to the middle podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and we are asking that Euclid residents be afforded the opportunity to speak first. Once they are finished, other speakers can speak. Any questions asked during this time about the legislative agenda will be answered when we actually talk about each individual agenda item. And with that, I will be coming down to the podium so that you and I are both assured that we're hearing each other.
Good evening, Council. I'm Audrey Kaplan-Goodman, Glen Russ Lane. Regarding items 4 this evening, I am so happy to see this and even more grateful for the monitor that was donated by the hospital. I would like to see all of Council's names added to this legislation this evening. Regarding item 3 and Kimball, Councilman Wattilla's committee meeting to discuss Kimball took place on July 17th. At the end of that meeting, Councilwoman Cavanagh suggested that this committee and administration continue the conversation, as there were a lot of different issues that were brought out. Now, to my knowledge, there was never another committee meeting held to discuss this. In fact, the only reason the July 17th meeting came about in the first place was because of the problems that we were having with the pickup of garbage. That was brought up by Councilwoman Cavanagh, so thank you for that. We now have legislation this evening to vote on the contract extension. With it now being almost the end of October, and with the fast approaching holiday season, you want to propose a 5-year extension to Kimball. You literally have maybe 8 weeks left before the end of the year to decide, do we extend the contract or not? How do you, as stewards of our taxpayer money, make an educated decision when there are so many questions left unanswered? There should have been another meeting to discuss this before this ever came to council for a vote. As stated by Mr. Johnson from Kimball on July 17th, it costs between $85 to $90 a ton to process the recyclable materials. There's also an index that is looked at which will affect the cost. Well, this led to some questions that I have. Is it costing the city to recycle? If so, how much? How do you educate the residents? The initial flyer that we all received when the new containers were delivered is no longer valid. Some of the items on the flyer are no longer recyclable items, as Kimball has no vendor to accept them. Unwanted items will now wind up in the landfill. The flyer is way too complex, and it needs to be simplified. There's way too much to read here, and people will not read it. We are a large transient city with a large percentage of renters. When these folks leave their homes, they just put everything out. They don't care if items are recyclable or not. Items are just thrown in any container that will hold it. Well, just this morning, as I was driving down Grand Boulevard, I saw a large, dark green garbage container filled to the brim with cardboard boxes. They were in the wrong can, and they weren't broken down at all. What is the city's annual cost for garbage and recycling based on tonnage? I also don't feel that limiting what items can be recycled will work in the long run either. People really don't care. If something was recyclable years ago, but not now, they'll just continue to do what they've always done. It's human nature, and people don't like change. Since garbage costs so much less, maybe it would make sense just not to recycle at all at this point. Put everything in trash. As Kimball states, when in doubt, throw it out. I don't think the council should pass the legislation this evening. There is much more to discuss before you can make a decision that is right for the residents. Please hold another committee meeting immediately. Have Kimball back to the table to answer questions. Then bring this back to the first meeting in November. There's a lot more work to be done before we decide to sign on the dotted line. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Victor Goodman, Glen Russ Lane. I also want to talk about item number 3. And I think it's quite important that this go back to committee. And I think it's important that Mr. Johnson come back to answer very important questions. Everybody just about says, looks like Councilwoman McIntosh has something different, but almost everybody has this bottle in front of them. According to this, it's recyclable. It is not. There is no number, and it does not state to recycle. It does say to you, you can recycle the cap. This is why it is very difficult to educate the consumer, us, as to what is recyclable and what is not. I was just talking to my neighbor before coming here, and they had a bottle of ketchup on their dinner table and a few other items. And I said, do you clean out the ketchup bottle before you put it in the recycle? And they said, no, because they don't think about it. Or an empty jar of especially peanut butter, okay? It's at the end, not everybody puts it in the dishwasher. We need Kimball to answer a few questions. Now, I do understand there's a cost advantage to going to Kimball, that we wouldn't pay certain rates, maybe, but you're spending my money. You're not spending your money, because it's costing us extra to pay for garbage. So you must do the job correctly. Some of the questions that I think need to be answered by Kimball are, if we drop recycling, does our rate for garbage stay the same, or does it rise slightly? We're paying twice as much to recycle products that nobody wants in the world anymore. I just finished watching a documentary called The Story of Plastic. I'm telling you, you'd all get sick if you watched it, okay? That we have created a monster we cannot solve, which is plastic. And it's destroying our environment. We're soon going to be eating fishes that come packaged out of the lake, okay? Because people just discard it. So what is the cost of tonnage is a question. If we only do garbage and don't do recycle. But let's wait a second. How can we still recycle, which is important? And that would go to the city. We could set up recycling points. We could educate the consumer to bring their papers to a specific spot. Churches, schools, the animal shelter gains lots of money by people recycling. Now, It's interesting that the pet center takes paper, but it states clearly does not take cardboard, okay? Because whoever their supplier or who gives them money doesn't want the cardboard. There are ways that we can help the community. We can still recycle. And I would venture to say that the number of people that actually recycle is not very high. They are still fighting the same problem in Cleveland, where people don't follow the rules. Because as my wife said, who's going to read this, okay? We need to make it more condensed. According to Mr. Johnson, glass is worthless. He doesn't want glass. This says we do want glass. So we have to become smarter. And so for that reason, I really do pray you will be the stewards you are supposed to be. And you will put this in committee, bring Mr. Johnson back, and we still have plenty of time to sign an agreement with Kimball, which I'm sure we will. So I hope you will do your due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not
Next speaker.
recyclable.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, we will now go on to the legislative agenda. Madam Clerk, would you read the first agenda item?
Ordinance 052A-19, an ordinance repealing Euclid Codified Ordinance Section 1749.01, minimum dwelling unit size of Chapter 1749, miscellaneous regulations of the Building and Housing Code of the Codified Ordinances of the City of Euclid, and enacting Euclid Codified Ordinance Section 1381.11, minimum floor area of a single-family dwelling of Chapter 1381, area regulations of the Planning and Zoning Code of the Codified Ordinances of the City of Euclid to reduce the minimum square footage of single-family homes being built in the City of Euclid, considering lot size.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. Director Holliday to begin the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This ordinance will replace our existing 2,000 square foot minimum unit size regulation with a new two-tiered regulation, which will require housing units to be constructed in the size of at least 1,250 square feet when the lot is 10,000 square feet or less, and when the lot is greater than 10,000 square feet, the minimum unit size will be 1,500 square feet. This item was discussed at multiple committee meetings, both the Business and Commercial Development Committee and also the Housing and Building Standards Committee, where we heard from area housing developers who talked about the trends that they're seeing in the current regional housing market and the types of houses that are being built. And they also discussed the regulations that they see in other communities. And this piece of legislation will bring Euclid more in line with both of those items that we learned about. So we are supportive of this ordinance this evening. In summary, this will streamline the development process for new construction here in Euclid. It will bring us in line with current market trends and regulations that we're seeing in other communities, and hopefully prompt more development of new construction and new housing here in the city of Euclid in the future. So Commissioner Benno and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we look forward to your support this evening.
Thank you. Discussion, colleagues? Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said earlier, with the summation of the Housing and Building Standards Committee meeting we had just a couple weeks ago, we've come to this piece. We've all agreed that it is not necessarily perfect, but it will go for now, so 2020 we can have some new housing starts. And if any of my colleagues would like to chime in or put their names on it, we'd be happy to have you join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jaros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. First of all, I want to thank Councilwoman Gorshi for moving this through her committee. And this is also, as we discussed before, this is a step in sort of taking another look at our housing, new home housing incentive plan, just to make sure we are being as aggressive as we can, that we are doing all we can to accommodate those who may want to come and build homes in Euclid by streamlining processes and just make sure we're on par with our neighboring communities. So, I'm just very happy that this is out of committee and before us today, and look forward to more discussions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Councilwoman Gorshi and Councilman Jaros for kind of spearheading this and moving this in to what we see this evening. And it took a lot of effort, and thank you both for that, as well as the rest of our colleagues for joining in the conversation. I would be pleased to put my name on this. It's definitely much needed to support it, so I'm happy to do so. I don't know if anyone else would, but I would. Thank you.
Does everyone else want their name on it? Yes or no? Yes? Put your hands up. Everybody? Okay. So we'll add all name. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the third reading. So moved by Councilwoman Gorshi, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Latilla.
Yes.
Lehman.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes,
Ordinance passes.
thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the second agenda item into the record.
Resolution 078-19, a resolution granting a use district exception pursuant to chapters 1375.01A3 and 1359.03E6 of the codified ordinances of the City of Euclid to applicants Sergio DeFranco, owner of Delos Contracting, and Gianmichael Bruno, owner of Cemex Construction, to establish and operate plumbing and concrete contractor businesses in two existing vacant buildings at 26110 Euclid Avenue, Euclid, Ohio 44132, permanent parcel number 64851-002, a U4 local retail or wholesale store district.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilwoman Hill, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Aye. And we will begin discussion with Director Holliday.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that Commissioner Benno give some brief remarks on this resolution.
Commissioner Benno.
Thank you, Madam President. On July 9th, a use district exception petition was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for 26110 Euclid Avenue, a former 84 lumber outlet and more recently a U-Haul rental business. The proposed UDE was to allow two related contracting businesses, one plumbing and waterproofing and one cement or concrete installer. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval subject to three conditions which are stated in this ordinance. In the same hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission also granted a variance to permit over-the-road tractors and trailer vehicles to be parked or stored on the property. On July 25th, the Business and Commercial Development Committee discussed the proposed ordinance and considered an amendment to effectively rescind the Commission's variance, which allowed the parking and storage of semi-tractors and trailers. After much discussion, the committee voted to return this ordinance to Council unamended and without recommendation. At the directive of the Mayor, the Council President, and the Law Director, staff has written a compromise amendment allowing some parking of tractor trailers up to 15 and imposing restrictions on overnight idling and overnight sleeping in the vehicles. The UDE applicants and property owners have reviewed this proposed amendment, and they do not object to the ordinance if amended. The applicants are here this evening and are available to answer questions if Council has them. Again, this ordinance was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that Council might have.
Thank you, sir. Do we want to suspend the rules? Do you want the two owners to come up? Do you have questions for them? Yes, no? We have a motion to suspend the rules, so moved by Councilwoman Hill, second by Councilwoman Cavaness. All in favor? Gentlemen, please come to the center podium and state your name and address for us.
Sergio DeFranco, 2911 Bishop Road in Willoughby Hills.
John Michael Bruno, 10176 Page Drive in Concord.
Thank you. And is there discussion or questions for these gentlemen? Councilwoman Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any further questions. I didn't know if my colleagues will have any more. I did speak with Mr. DeFranco today. We have been also just working back and forth to try to come to a compromise. As stated before, we want to make sure that we are supportive to our businesses, but also conscientious of our residents as well. And so I think that this is a happy compromise with the limiting the amount of trucks so that it does not just become a truck stop, which I know that has never been your intention, but then also ensuring that there's no idling so we don't have the extra emissions going up into the air or the noise that would come from idling trucks, as I've just spent a week idling in a truck. So I know how it can impact the environment, but I believe that we've come to a healthy agreement, and I know that this is not a long-term thing for you as well. You're hoping to actually get something different. So looking forward to working with you all and seeing the improvements that you make on the property as well. If anyone knows, this is the Zigman property, the old U-Haul business. It has not been operating for a while. The grounds up there does not look good. So to have a growing company move in and looking to make improvements, I welcome that. So thank you for being willing to work with us.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Benno, between the committee meeting and tonight, we left the table with more work to be done and resolve to be considered. Can you go through the map that we kind of have here as far as what the setback or the landscaping screening would be? Just to kind of bring us up to date for those of us who might not have been in those conversations.
Commissioner Vetta.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gorshi. The site plan you have in front of you shows that what will be required is a 10-foot wide landscaping strip along Metro Drive, and that landscaping strip would be planted with trees as shown in the drawing. This will have to be reviewed by the Architecture Review Board, and with a little bit of tightening it up, clarifying the exact placement of the landscape strip, we believe it will comply with the type of things that the Architecture Review Board has requested of similar types of businesses in the past.
And when will these plantings be done with the weather coming upon us? In the springtime, perhaps?
Well, that would be up to the applicants. There's still time for a fall planting, but it could also be a spring planting. So it depends on, when they're able to get the work started.
Gentlemen, have you any idea when you would do your landscaping realistically?
We kind of anticipated doing it in the spring when the weather broke.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Either to the law director or Mr. Benno, the way this is worded, does it allow for over the weekend parking of trucks? I mean, I'm reading it as overnight, but could that be over the weekend, over a week's time?
Law Director Sweeney.
Do you want this?
Yeah, I think I would be.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Benno.
Thank you, Councilman Langman. I do believe that this does include weekend parking. That's when most of these kinds of trucks are, put to rest for a couple of days. So yes, the anticipation would be that probably the most parking would be on weekends.
Okay, and to the company executives, can these trucks arrive at any time, or do they have to be on your property by a certain time to park them?
We don't have any restrictions as far as timing goes.
So a trucker could come at midnight and somehow, through your permission, can park there?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we control for that? If somebody comes at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be kind of noisy. So is there any stipulations from the city side to control that?
Law Director Sweeney.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, we've not discussed that part yet. We always have nuisance abatement in our back pocket should we need to do it. A lot of our things are complaint driven. We will talk to the owners about, I don't know if they're going to have lease agreements with the folks who are going to be renting spots and include some of these conditions in their lease agreements, and hopefully they can assist us with any enforcement should we need that.
Okay, so I trust in the drawings, there's no gate that, after 10 o'clock, somebody can't get in. And if there is a lease and somebody's late for whatever reason, they're not going to get locked out. So there is that potential that will arrive later in the evening. That could be a nuisance, maybe not, but that's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to the administration. So under Section 2, not the new revised part, but number 2 of Section 2, it talks about not allowing parked or stored overnight in the general parking lot. So the general parking lot, I would assume, means the area to the north and not between the two buildings.
To Councilman Wotilla, that is correct. The area to the north of the buildings would be the general parking lot. It is anticipated that there would be a fair amount of storage in the hidden away area behind the buildings, which backs up to the hillside.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? We do have an amendment on the floor. I need a motion for that amendment. So moved by Councilwoman Hill. I need a second on it. So moved by Councilman Jaros. Any further discussion on the amendment? None? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment only?
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Lehman.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanis.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes. Now, we will go back. Is there any further discussion on the ordinance itself? On the resolution, I'm sorry. Councilman Jaros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a comment. When this first came to the Business and Commercial Development Committee meeting, frankly, I wasn't aware as chair that there were these sorts of issues. And in fact, there were kind of deal breaker issues to some degree. But I would like to commend the applicants, the administration, Councilwoman Hill, to their work over the past couple weeks to kind of come to this compromise that's before us today. I think it shows a good collaborative effort on everybody's parts to do all we can to make this work. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Jaros, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor?
Aye.
I will ask the council clerk to call the roll on the resolution.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Lehman.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanis.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes as amended.
Thank you. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody.
Look forward to working with you. Madam Clerk, please read the third agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 109-19. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of Euclid or her designee to exercise the option for renewal of the current contract with Kimball Recycling and Waste Disposal, Inc. for the collection and disposal of solid waste materials and weekly recycling pickup for the city of Euclid from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2024.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilman Langman. All in favor? Aye. And we'll begin discussion with Director Connect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the summer, as was mentioned, we had a committee meeting where we had questioned Kimball on a lot of different issues, the biggest issue being the service. From that point, Kimball went back and went to work on correcting some of the shortcomings that they had, did some better recruiting in the area, and have been able to pick up back on the service end to where they were previously before we started having those issues earlier this summer. They've always been good as far as hiring City of Euclid employees, and I would encourage anyone who's looking for a driving job to please contact Kimball, as it is an industry shortage. CDL drivers are very hard to find, and that's something we heard that night, and it still rings true, and they are still looking for good qualified drivers. After that meeting, Kimball worked on their issues. I sat down with the Solid Waste District to start going through information on what the city should take a look at, knowing that our renewal was coming up, and to see if it was something that we would entertain, something that made sense, and something that overall within the market made sense. The information that was received from around the county as well as outside the county, what we're seeing is a market that, because of the recycling, has drastically changed. The bids in the last 2 years have had a big increase from what Euclid has. Euclid's contract was done at a time when the market was at the high. Recycling was something that Kimball made money at, and therefore they looked at our contract when they bid that one, and they gave us a very, very favorable rate, a rate that most communities in Cuyahoga County would love to be in the position right now of paying. One of the residents asked about what we pay per tonnage on trash. Right now that's 43 and a quarter per ton on the trash. Recycling, as we heard that night from Mr. Johnson, depending on the commodity that you're recycling, has become extremely expensive. Most of the times you can count on about $90 per ton that it's costing them to recycle. They still do choose to recycle. They have been working with the Solid Waste District to change the education. County-wide, the 4 haulers that haul in Cuyahoga County are trying to put out a better message, trying to simplify things, but they are also challenged by a market that continues to change. They are hoping in the next 5 years that things start to level off and they get to a point where there is some value in the recycled materials, but we are going to continue to see changes in the way that recycling is done. What we see right now may not be anything like we see in 5 years. With that being said, the extension that we have in our contract, that would give us the ability to keep the current service with the weekly recycling, the unlimited pickup, the automated can trucks, and we would not have to change anything, and our increases would be based on the Consumer Price Index, which the last 2 years has averaged between 1.9 to 2.1% of an increase. What some of the other cities have been seeing per household could, if Euclid were to be paying those rates, could be 50 to over 100% increases. That's how the market has changed from the time that our last contract was done and priced out. What I have done with the Solid Waste District is gathered this material, shared it with council, tried to give them all the information on the options that are out there. If we choose not to use this extension and choose to change something in it, that would require sitting back down at the table with Kimball to see if they would entertain bargaining in good faith to make some changes on our end if we decided we wanted to change the services and or the way we recycle, which could mean going to biweekly recycling and different things of that nature. If we decided not to sit down with Kimball to talk about it and decided to go out to bid, then we would be, as far as what the market would bear, we would see what the contractors would come in and bid at. Typically, we see 3 out of the 4 trash haulers bidding on contracts. Any combination of those 4, typically 3 of them are bidding. We don't know what those prices would be. We can estimate based on what we've seen in the last 2 years that it would be quite a big increase from what we're paying currently, but there's no guarantee on that. This is something that council should think about. If we do want to have a committee meeting, bring Kimball back in to discuss this. If we think that would be beneficial, then it is something we should do. We do have to the end of the year. Right now, we have given Kimball the 90-day notice that they required that we are going to look at the extension. We can back out of that extension, like I said, and go a different direction. It is really up to council's appetite at what direction we should go from tonight. If we want to take this to 3 readings and continue to discuss it, if we want to put it into committee and then bring it back later, we do have till the end of the year with this extension. 2 weeks ago, Kimball did issue a letter to all their communities asking them to voluntarily raise the recycling by 60 cents per household. That is something that we would not have to pay if we entered into this extension. It is something that they are asking, though, that communities look at. That being said, we would know if we sat back down at the table to change our agreement in any way, they would want to see that 60 cents to help recover some of their costs that they're incurring with the market as it is. I'd be happy to answer any questions tonight that you may have.
Thank you. Before I go to my colleagues, let me clarify, if we go out to bid, Kimball would probably be one of the bidders. What we have now is gone, and we're bidding on a fresh contract, correct?
I can't speak for Kimball if they would bid on it or if they would not.
But if they would, we would be like a new customer.
That is
We would not
correct.
have the prices we have today.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Law Director Sweeney, what is our out for this contract?
Director Sweeney?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, I didn't bring it. I think it was, is it 90
It's
days?
90 days.
Yeah, 90 days,
90
yeah.
days.
Well, it seems to make sense, Madam Chair, to extend the contract, and then the service director can monitor any developments, any service issues, so that if we have to exercise that out, we're prepared to do so. But I think we can accommodate the residents' questions while extending the contract, because we do have the 90-day out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the key thing here is education for our residents. I know Oakwood Village went through the same thing where they eliminated their recycling, which I don't think that that is necessarily good for the environment. But it seemed within the conversation, it all boils down to education and making sure that we are having opportunities to present proper information to our residents so that we know, you are supposed to rinse out the containers prior to putting them in the recycling bin. What is recyclable, what is not? And I think that would save us in the long run. So I would like to see us set up some sessions with that. I agree. I think because we have the out, because it can actually cost us more to not go with this extension, and we do want to be good stewards over the finances to move forward with the extension, but I think we need to be very diligent about educating our residents and holding some sessions about or workshops rather, about recycling so that everyone knows how to do it properly.
And Director Connect, they're willing to do that. And as changes to recyclables, they're willing to give us educational pieces to tell us what is and isn't.
Madam Chair, yes. Solid Waste District, as well as Kimball, wants to continue to put things out to educate people, trying to, as I said, simplify it so that we can understand it better. And as changes happen, they want to be able to bring those to us quicker so that we are recycling the right things at the right times.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Connect, and just piggybacking on what Councilwoman Hill was just referring to, in the contract, point 6, it says the vendor agrees to develop in consultation with city personnel a comprehensive educational plan to improve resident awareness and participation in recycling programs. Programs should be developed without additional costs to the city and shall provide support as outlined in the materials on file with Director of Public Service. So if we did have workshops at some, maybe one in each ward, or split the city into quadrants or something where we can try to attract, advertise this to residents, try to get that educational component locked in, that would all be within contract, and we wouldn't have to cough up any more money, and that would be a coordinated effort with other agencies. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, yes, definitely a effort that would not cost us any money, but would partner with the county so that we are getting a consistent message out.
Okay, and that could also include like printed materials, like the Goodmans referred to. That flyer that they do hand out is very wordy and very confusing. So if these efforts with these agencies, these coordinated efforts to simplify, then we should all expect something soon that would be that simplification that was referenced as far as what's current. Is that
is correct.
A fair assumption? Okay, thank you.
Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were another question asked by the resident at the beginning of the meeting, and that's if we drop recycle, does the cost change?
Director Connect?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, I could not answer how a company would bid that if we did drop recycling altogether, how that would change their bid.
I don't think that was the question. I think the question is,
If we would drop it now from the current Kimball agreement,
or if we extend the agreement, so as a generator of waste, we all create X amount of waste. Some goes recycled, some does not. If we still generate the same amount of waste, whether it's recycled or not, does our cost change?
any change right now to the current agreement would have to be negotiated. So dropping the weekly recycling, Kimball would have to agree to that, and then we would have to agree to a price on the tonnage.
I thought, looking at the agreement, that we paid the same amount currently for picking up and for disposal. There's no change between recycled and non-recycled materials.
At the time the contract was printed, yes, those costs were the same. As we've seen, the price for recycling has gone up.
I guess I'm not clear on that. So if I'm generating the same amount of waste, whether it's recycled or non-recycled, let's say I put all my waste, I chose not to recycle, I put all my waste in the larger bin and the smaller bin were empty, wouldn't we as a city be paying the same amount? Because you're still paying for the standard collection and you're paying for the disposal.
I mean, hypothetically, yes, it would be the same tonnage, but if we drop the recycling altogether, that's something that we would have to negotiate with Kimball. There would be a cost on their end. Those bins are out there, those trucks are in the city. Those wouldn't be going out. They would have to then have additional trash trucks to make up the difference. So that is something that would be a change to the contract that they would want to discuss.
Okay. And then if we chose to collect yard waste in a different manner, would that also have to be negotiated?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. The fact sheet talks about the being paid from the fund 101-571-52306. I'm not sure what fund number that is. Wouldn't some of it go to the wastewater treatment plant because of the collection that they're doing at that facility?
Director Connect?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, yes, their portion of it is charged to there. What I had referenced was the account that the residential is paid from.
Okay. And then our total annual fee that we paid to Kimball, is that somewhere in the, just below 3 million or 2.5 to 3 million? Does anybody know?
Director Connect?
It varies per year depending on our tonnage, but last year we were in that neighborhood, yes.
Anything else?
Just one other comment. When Director Connect brought this item up to me as the chairman of the service committee, we did talk about potential for a committee meeting. So there is time for that if we would like to do a committee meeting. I know the information that we received, to me, seems like the extending the contract certainly makes sense based on the comparables that we got from the solid waste district. But there is time if we do need it. I'm in support of extending the contract. So if we want a committee meeting to talk more about the education component, I'd certainly be all for that. Thank you.
Councilman Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick kind of comment. The question was about, we are, charged with being fiscal stewards. And a little bit of context. So we are slated per our contract to spend about, the cost will be about $9.02 per household for 2019. when you take a look at a handful of other communities that have just recently gone out for bid and what they will now be spending per household, it ranges from over $14 to $17 and a quarter. So kind of, Director Connect, in your, professional opinion as someone who studied this and the fact that Solid Waste District refers to our contract as the golden contract, could you foresee any scenario realistically where we would go out to bid and get a better deal than $9 per household?
Director Connect.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, no, not with the current market.
Anything else? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Jaros, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Aye. I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Jaros, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Langman.
Yes.
Gordy.
Yes.
Gavanis.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the fourth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 110-19, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor or as ex officio director of public safety of the city of Euclid or her designee to accept and expend a grant in the amount of $110,979 for 3 new cardiac heart monitors for use by the Euclid Fire Department.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Cavanis. All in favor?
Aye.
And Chief Haddock, would you begin discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council, and those watching. This is a LifePak 15 cardiac monitor. It is a very essential piece of equipment for what we need to do on EMS calls and advanced life support calls. It is also a very expensive piece of equipment. So I'm going to put it down here. Knowing that it was a very expensive piece of equipment, and knowing that we're going to need to be replacing these, we set out 3 years ago to get an Assistance to Firefighters grant. We figured that'd be the best way to do this. These grants are highly competitive, and FEMA has a different idea of what an obsolete piece of equipment is as opposed to the manufacturer. In this case, the manufacturer will tell you that they're obsolete after 8 years, between 8 and 10 years. We have a very robust maintenance program on them, so they're hanging in there pretty good. But as of next year, the manufacturer will no longer service them. So it's going to be a big issue. So lo and behold, we're very, very fortunate. Persistence paid off, and I'd like to recognize Assistant Chief Will Anderson for that. And we both have gone to do peer reviews where you go to the grants, and I'm sitting there reading people's grants, and while you're there, you're finding out what they're looking for and why. We wrote one time to get one of these to get 6. And what used to happen, when we got our ladder truck, we asked for X amount of dollars, and we're not throwing stuff against the wall. We know we need about this much money. FEMA came back and said, you got the grant, but it's going to be for only this amount. Well, on one time for these monitors, we wrote for 6. And why do we need 6 heart monitors? What we do, we're going to need them for our 3 frontline ambulances, but we also put them on our engine, 2 engines and ladder truck for paramedic engines. So basically, everything that's on that engine is on the ambulance. The only difference is you can't transport. And what happens quite a bit in our city is all 3 ambulances are out on calls, and then you get the 4th and 5th call. So we need to have somebody, we're going to respond with that engine and do everything we can. If we can hold them until, be with the patient until ambulance breaks free, fine. If not, we call mutual aid. So we were very fortunate to get not only this grant, but and the graciousness of university hospitals to give us, so we have 4. And that's also with this grant that we got, we found out from the county that there's a super good chance that they're going to reimburse us for the price match that we have on that, which is about $10,000. So the grant was for $100,000, and there's going to be a 10% match on that. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. And as was requested, would everybody like to put their name on this? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. Discussion? Councilwoman Gorski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, a resident had asked, why is this piece of equipment so expensive? So maybe you can expound on that a little bit so our resident is able to understand the dollars that we're spending or grant dollars on this product.
Chief Haddock.
Madam Chair, to Councilwoman, so anything with your heart is going to be very expensive. These monitors will do numerous things. It's state-of-the-art. I don't want to throw a bunch of fancy terms out to you, but we can send this heart. Our paramedics are trained to read certain rhythms, heart rhythms, and if you take a look at that, they'll know whether they need to do certain things to make you live. And there's new technology that the waveform technology and capnography is something that we did not have on the other one. So, and title, again, I don't want to get fancy because I'll just talk myself into things I don't know what I'm talking about. And it's there's different manufacturers for these monitors. They're all pretty much in the same range. We've had very good luck with the Life Packs. We've had Life Pack 11s, Life Pack 12s, and now this will be the Life Pack 15.
Are there software updates that come with it during its life cycle?
Madam Chair, Councilman, yes, anything that would happen, so along with this, we also got a service agreement that came as part of the grant, and they come and they do those software updates. They also do maintenance to the battery systems and check out anything.
And a warranty, I would imagine, and all that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Chief Haddock, with the addition of these 4 units now, would you like to see more? Do we need any more of those?
All right, so Madam Chair, to Councilwoman, yes, what we're going to do, we do have the means to we can put our old ones on the fire apparatus. So 2 more would obviously cover everything, but we also know they're very expensive. So it doesn't rule us out trying to write for another grant next time, or we can maybe bat our eyes at Metro, see what happens. No, but,
I do think we should.
Thank you.
We should let the other 2 hospital systems know the gift that University Hospitals has given us. I think that's fair play.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Morris, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
And I will ask for a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Watilla.
Yes.
Langman.
Yes.
Gorski.
Yes.
Gavanis.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the 5th agenda item into the record.
Resolution 111-19, a resolution creating a domestic violence task force which shall examine issues relating to domestic violence and make recommendations regarding administrative and legislative issues relating to domestic violence.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilwoman Hill. All in favor? Aye. And we will turn this over to Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So following our recognition at the last council meeting of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we're tonight seeking to also recognize the newly formed task force, Domestic Violence Task Force, that consists of members from the Mayor's Office, Law, Police, and Fire Departments, Probation, City Council, courts, county advocacy groups, and mental health professionals. The group will encourage improved conversation and coordination between agencies, departments, courts, and the community in order to improve processes and outcomes. The Domestic Violence Task Force will look at surrounding communities to examine best practices and promote continuing education for member departments. The group will research and collect data to improve the city's response to domestic violence and grow awareness in the community to advocate for improved prevention, intervention, and treatment techniques. Meetings of the task force may be scheduled monthly, but shall be scheduled no less than 4 times per year. We are currently meeting once per month on the second Tuesday of the month, and I want to thank everybody who's been supportive and involved in this. And I'm very much looking forward to the changes and improvements that we'll make together.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any discussion, colleagues? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution.
Langman. Yes. Gorshi. Yes. Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you please read the sixth agenda item into the record?
Resolution 108-19, a resolution of congratulations to Lieutenant Richard Story of the City of Euclid Fire Department for receiving the 2019 Ohio Fire Service Valor Award by the Ohio Department of Commerce's Division of State Fire Marshal.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Aye. Any further discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Langman, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Langman.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. We've now completed the legislative portion of our agenda, and we'll open the floor to public comment pertaining to matters that are for the good of the city. We are asking again for speakers to come to the middle podium, provide your name and address for the record, and we will ask that Euclid residents are allowed to speak first. Please limit your questions or remarks to 5 minutes, and if you have any questions, we will respond to those questions when you have completely finished what you have to say. And the mayor and I will be coming down to join you.
My email bounced back, so that's my response.
Your speaker, please.
Rose M. Allen, 26241 Lakeshore Boulevard. I will address one agenda item that was discussed earlier, and that is repealing the minimum size home for new construction in the city of Euclid. And I'm opposed to reducing the size of new construction because I think the city would like to attract new, young, growing families. And young families with, growing need room to grow and to expand. And I don't believe that we will attract a lot of new families to Euclid if we have smaller homes, because we're looking to also attract people with disposable income, and people with disposable income tend to like larger homes. I've listened to people who visited Euclid, and I've come up to 60th and East 250th, and their comments are, good God, do people actually live in those homes? They're like dollhouses. And that, I've heard it multiple times, so I'm hoping that, and when we look at the future of the city, we stay with keeping a minimum of the 2,000 square feet. And I don't know if the proposal to reduce that and stipulates a minimum size, but I really think that any home smaller than 2,000, new construction smaller than 2,000 feet, is going to defeat the purpose of trying to attract new people and new families to the city. Agenda item 3, I know we're renewing the contract with Kimball for recycling, and I'm just curious as to whether the city can create a central location where people who no longer have access to being able to recycle goods would be able to drop off recycling. Example of a place such as the city services area over on Lakeland, on South Lakeland. Perhaps there could be containers placed there, since there are the recycling bins for newspaper and other papers, other items, and the can, aluminum can recycling. So I'm just wondering if the city would be willing and could establish a place for people who want to continue to recycle or drop off things. And I am sensitive to the earlier comments about how nobody wants to buy the United States recycled products, but we've got to be concerned about the planet. We get one shot at it, and I don't think any of us will be around if they ever make it to Mars. Item 4, this is not directly related as such, but it does generate a question about the automatic defibrillators. And my question is, do we have those automatic defibrillators that can be operated by just about any person available, like here in the city council chambers, at the courtrooms, the library, and other public places where they could be beneficial and perhaps life-saving if someone should have some type of cardiac incident. And Mayor, I gave you a copy of the email that I sent because it bounced back, and pretty much the message was that my email was blocked. So my question there is there the capability that the city and any other offices' email accounts in the city have the capability of blocking residents' emails? And with that, I will end my, my portion here and wait for responses. Thank you, good night, and I hope everybody has a safe trick-or-treating and Halloween, whichever people choose to participate. Hope that everybody stays safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will start by saying that I did not block your email. I will look into that. We have been experiencing a lot of spam, and so the spam filters have been adjusted. It may be because of that, but I would never personally block any specific resident's email. But I will look into why that happened, and if it is, I get a lot of spam, so it doesn't keep that out either. But no, we do not block specific residents. Chief, I know we do have an emergency plan, and we do have AEDs around public buildings. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Mayor, to the resident, we do have them, and we do training with the municipal employees. Those are expensive. They're not as expensive as this, but the most important thing is to not have one, but to know where it's at. So we do train them, and they know where they're at. The police officers have some. There's a handful in the trunks of their cars, and I think the pools have them. So anywhere they're at, we do train in schools so that they know where they're at.
Thank you.
Mayor, additionally, for the police department, all the officers are trained, do it every other year, with the CPR and with also the defibrillators.
Thank you.
And they're relatively simple to use, too.
And the recycling, we can certainly make that part of a future discussion with Kimball when we have them in. There are other avenues, as many people know, the Abitibi bins that provide paper. We could research whether there's other options. I know, for us to take it on would be a staff-intensive process, but we can certainly look to see what type of options are available.
Next speaker, please.
Shell DuPay, 20920 Ball Avenue, Polish Legion of American Veterans, Ladies Auxiliary National President. My question to the council members who remained seated at the last council meeting when Councilman Gorski was recognized as Citizen of the Year by the American Legion. Were you against the Vietnam War and that's why you remained seated? The reason I ask, because the Vietnam Memorial our city has is thanks to her hard work raising funds with the American Legion so that our city can remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, did not come home, and to remember those that served and were not thanked when they came home. I too grew up during the Vietnam War. Maybe since I hold the veterans very dear to my heart, I am reading something into this that others would not see. You not only show disrespect to Councilman Gorski, you disrespected the veterans that were here to honor her. The very veterans that serve our country so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have today. The freedom that can either put you in your office or take you from it. The American Legion is committed to veterans, youth, patriotism, and community. This award to me shows her values in work she does that meets the high standards that our American Legion veterans believe in and have set as their values. There are no higher standards than those in the military. To me, the most important people in this country are the ones that serve us. They put everything before themselves and their family. There is no greater award for one to receive in their lifetime, but as a citizen, to receive an award from a veteran. Your behavior in council chambers gave our city yet another black eye. You did this in front of veterans, state and county officials. I hope the voters took note of this. I feel a letter of apology should be sent to the American Legion of Veterans and Auxiliary, and maybe you should volunteer some hours working with our veterans. When you're around veterans and it is part of your family and your upbringing, you truly see the world through different eyes and learn the really meaning of sacrifice. I was always taught you lead by example. In your cases, that type of behavior you show truly you do not deserve to be leaders. A real leader was the one that was recognized by the American Legion, who works for the good of her community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. I'm sorry. I think I will leave it up to Councilman's comments, and they can respond at that time. Sure.
Audrey Kaplan Goodman, Glen Rush Lane. I just want clarification on the agenda for Wednesday's Executive Finance meeting. An amended agenda went out, which included discussion of Celebration Village. Is that no longer on the agenda?
It is. Both items are on the agenda.
Okay, because Director Holliday did not mention that.
Okay, yeah. Both items are on the agenda. 6 to 7 will be the Shore RFP, and then, 6 to 7, right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. And happy birthday, Councilwoman Gorshi. Many more.
Next speaker, please.
Lou Milner, 19711 Edgecliff Drive. I was just wondering if there's any update on the workers' comp claim that was made by one of our firemen that was denied, and I'm wondering if that is still an appeal or if that appeal has been resolved.
Director Sweeney?
The hearing was supposed to be, I believe, tomorrow or the next day, and a continuance was granted by the Bureau, so it is still pending.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Audrey McKinney, 24931 Fisher. I am short. Fisher Road. I know you're talking about some heavy stuff here, but I'm just a resident, and I'm here with, resident concerns. But I do have a suggestion for Kimball. Every other week, because I know people are putting out that can with one bottle in it, but they put it out every week because they think they're supposed to. So that would save if you cut back the recycle pickup. I wait till mine is full. But what I'm here for, I have a list. As a resident, a 20-year resident, 20 years. And I just kind of had enough. I've had enough. First, I want to talk about the drug activity right in front of my house. It's horrible. There's activity down the street. There's people coming down the street that I never saw them before. And then they go to this one house that's known. They go to that house, and then I don't see them anymore. The police have been there. They've taken people to jail, but whatever was going on is still going on. Transactions right in front of my house. I've had to ask them to move on, please. Simons. This is just simple resident stuff. I don't have this, you're talking some heavy stuff here today. I'm talking about fresh food on that side of Euclid. I tried to use Simons. Lemons are dry. Apples are shriveled. I can't use it. And when you walk in the store, I don't know if any of you have been in the store, but there's an odor when you first walk in. That's a turnoff for someone that wants something fresh. I mean, I don't understand why Euclid, I know I pay a lot of taxes. I've been with the government for 40 years. Why Euclid can't put a decent grocery store on that end of the city. You know where I shop? I go to Willoughby, or I was going up the hill, or even further. I have to eat. The back street behind my house on Fisher, I'm on the north side. So Rockwell runs behind me. There's cracks in every house I've been in. There's a crack in the wall. In the same spot. I don't know how, but it's always in the same spot, going up the stairs. That those trucks do go past back there pretty fast, and those loads are pretty heavy. And it kind of takes for you to zone it out to not hear it. And that's not good to zone things out when people are knocking on your door at 2 in the morning, wanting to know is their wife there at the back door. Now, really, had I called the police, would they have come? No, he would have been gone by then. Now, 20 years, that has never happened to me. Never. And I'm the only yard for 6 houses that way and 4 houses that way with a light in the back. Why come to mine? And on top of that, it could be because the house next to me has so many trees in his backyard that I have garage roof damage, and I'm tired of paying it. I'm tired. My insurance company don't want to talk to me about his trees. I talked to him about it. I said, well, I'll help you. I'll pay half. Just cut that one down that's leaning towards my house. I'll give you half of it. Well, there's nothing wrong with these trees. The backyards are so small. You know, the backyards are very small. I'm trying to give you an idea. Smaller than from the edge of that desk to where she's sitting. And there's about 6 trees, huge ones. When I look this way, down the street, I can see everybody's backyard. But when I look this way, I hit a wall of trees. They're actually weeds. I have many more issues with that because I've called the city. I've called the arborist, and nothing has been done. Nothing. Nothing. My view out of my side window for 20 years has been other stuff in addition to a barbecue grill that I put on the lawn, and now it's over here. That's part of my view. Well, wait, I threw it away. I'm still looking at it. On top of the animals and the dead kittens, because they can climb up in this stuff and oh, I'm out of time. It's unhealthy, and it's unsafe for me as a neighbor.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. I'm happy to get your phone number, and we can deal with some of these issues directly with you. I would, as we tell every resident, if you see drug activity, please, we do need you to call the police, and the police can work on getting a case. That does take some time. I know Councilwoman Hill has been working with Simons to address some of the issues, and we have a partnership with the Board of Health also who's helping them. But I definitely appreciate your concerns, and we'll be happy to talk with you a little bit more. No, but I'll talk with you after the meeting. I will talk with you after the meeting.
She'll be happy to talk to you afterwards. Next speaker, please.
Marcus Epps, 25580 Tungsten Road. I want to start by commending Councilwoman Gorshi, Councilman Wotilla, and Councilman Jaros for the minimum square foot rule being changed here. Those of you who've been in these chambers for years, I see some of you nodded, Crystal being one. This is something I've talked about for many, many, many years, and it's great to hear that Director Holliday, after hearing from all of these developers, this is still stuff that residents, we come here a lot of times, just like Ms. Audrey is here tonight, and we bring up issues, and sometimes because we're on the front lines of some of this stuff, we understand it. And, you know, the parcels, I've been saying it, the parcels are way too small. How high in the air can you go to make sure that you can comply with the 2,000 square foot rule? So I'm glad that you guys pushed this through finally, and this is something we're doing. I do have a quick question. I did get if the lot size is 10,000 square feet or less, 1,250 square foot rule. What is the other one? I didn't catch it. My son was asking a question at the same time. He's answering. Okay, and then also on the second issue as well, I was glad to see that you guys, just like they mentioned, the collaboration that Councilman Jaros mentioned, being able to come together with this particular business owner and this investor. You know, when folks, you want to send a clear message that we want to work and that we're going to be friendly to work with businesses and folks who want to invest in our community. There are a lot of things that we get that are negative to our community because of our demographic changes and changes in income for our residents. But there are some pluses that come with that as well. And I think many investors who are looking to purchase investment property and have rentals in our city understand that. Some of these small homes that Rose Allen talks about are rented in our community for $1,400 a month. Bungalows for $1,200 a month, that you could pay 2 mortgages for that. And so there is an upside to that, and we have to make sure that we're capitalizing where we can capitalize at, and then making sure that we're being aggressive when it comes to code enforcement where we are receiving detriments in that area. So I am also glad to see that that passed tonight and that they will get the semi-trucks that they want. I agree that it shouldn't be in excess, and so I like the compromise and the rules that were placed with the 15 being the maximum, those sort of things. That's great. And then I also want to mention that we are in week 6 now of the Amazon Watch, and it's been many more months than that, but I say week 6 because this is now 6 weeks since I came here and I addressed the issue. And, you know, Mayor just made a comment as well about, you know, Simons. A resident came here and told you there's an odor today, and your response was, you know, Councilwoman Hill is working on this. Director Holliday on this issue said Councilwoman Hill is working on this. That was 6 weeks ago. And again, the problem has gotten worse. Semi-trucks, all hours of the night. And I know I sound like a broken record now, but I'm just going to keep repeating it. Semi-trucks, all hours of the night. Parking. A lot of them are now coming up to the street, and I stopped Councilwoman Hill one day last week, and she was coming down my street, and I stopped her at the end and just told her about a story I had of an encounter with one of the truck drivers who told me he was sitting in front of Tungsten Park debating on if he was going to do a U-turn because it appeared that he would not be able to get through to the other end of the street. So I'm just curious if he was going to U-turn into Tungsten Park. And with all the upgrades that we have been done to the park right now, that was his idea. He was a foreigner. He didn't speak much clear English, but Amazon has a sign posted. And their sign says, no trucks, no through trucks. So that's why all of their employees and all these drivers, whether they're third party or not, that's why they're coming down our street. Residents are fed up about it. I don't want to make this a political issue, and that's the reason we haven't pulled these permits yet, but I'm giving you a chance as you close out your first term, Councilwoman Hill, to live up to what these good people say you do all the time, and that's work on this stuff. We've talked about ways this can be done. In fact, I believe that there's a way, Director Connect, maybe you can answer this, but there's a way that once you put it in a system that they can't come through, they'll hop on their GPS, and GPS will say that you no through trucks. And so it would divert them somewhere else. Post a sign, post officers there for 2 days after you post a sign, give out a few tickets, and they'll stop driving through. Why does this stuff have to be so complicated? Even with Simons, you have a partnership with the Board of Health. You have a councilwoman there who has a great relationship. I know that she has a great relationship with them. Her daughter works for the company, or at some point did. I mean, we need to find a way to clean this stuff up. And some of it is real simple. Just show up. And businesses in Ward 3 just want you to show up. And sometimes you can get things done.
How the second house size was 1,500 square feet? Yeah, 1,500 square feet.
Yes, when the lot is over 10,000 square feet, the minimum house size is 1,500 square feet, and when the lot is under 10,000 square feet, the minimum house size is 1,250 square feet.
And we will certainly continue to work on both of the other issues. It's, they're not our businesses, so we have, when you're working with the private business, you are a little bit at their mercy, and we always do try to work in a collaborative way. But we have been working with them. I know Director Holliday, I know the police department have issued tickets. We have spoken with, and I don't know if that's why one of the contracted companies are no longer working with Amazon. They have addressed some issues that we still have work to do, and we'll continue to do that. This looks like political comments and are out of order, so we will move on with the agenda. Well, that's your meeting.
You can't bring that in here, Christopher. You're out of order. Any other speakers? Christopher, you're out of order already. You're done. You're done. You cannot bring that in here. Next speaker,
I
please.
didn't even say one word.
You're done. You're done. You're done, Christopher. Christopher. No, no. You are out of order because you knew what you were doing.
No, sir. No, sir. I already got a cop that says that I was in a car accident, and it's already
Council President, do you want me?
You don't need to touch me. I'm a candidate. You can't respect me. You can't respect me. I'm an ex.
Is this on? Oh, Victor Goodman, Glenrose Lane. No, actually, somebody brought it to my attention that our giving of our address number tells people watching this that we're not home. So I'll give you my street. This was brought to me at our town hall meeting by 3 different residents saying that's why they don't come to council, because they don't want to give their street address. It's something you should think about. Mr. Connett, I just want to clarify to our cost per house, I assume it's per month, is $9 and change for both recycling and garbage. That's correct.
Have any other questions?
He's nodding to me. If I don't get an answer that I'm looking for, I have a right to ask another question. So please honor my right to ask a question and then get an answer. Thank you. Also, it's been brought to my attention recently, we have a no semi rule on Grand Boulevard. There's a big sign when you're turning that says no semis. I need the city to send a representative to Glastick to inform them that now that they're doing new construction over there, that the semis are coming down, instead of turning right and going to Green Road, they're turning left and coming down Glen Ridge to Grand Boulevard. That's going to cause a lot of problems to our roads. So if someone would look into that and at least let Glassick know of that, I'd be very appreciative.
They're using it as a shortcut?
Yeah, well, but of course you can get to Euclid Avenue a lot faster. And the semi is not a good deal. The only reason that I asked for this to go to a meeting was not, and I'm glad that Councilman, you agreed that that wasn't a bad idea, is so that questions could have been asked about without ever foregoing the contract, because we don't have to sign it until the end of the year, technically. Would our rate be better or worse if we recycled every 2 weeks? Would it be better or worse if we didn't recycle at all? And these were important questions for my money, because it doesn't come out, it used to come out of the city's budget, but it no longer comes out of the city's budget. It comes out of the homeowner's budget. And I don't know if commercial properties are included on that. If I don't know if Kimball picks up at commercial. So I think, at least having the opportunity to ask a question in public of Mr. Johnson and to get an answer. He might have said, well, your rate will still be $9, but you only have to recycle every 2 weeks. Or if you don't recycle, your rate will still be $9. At least we would have had answers to questions which are no longer valid. Because although we can get the answers to the questions now, you've already extended. So it's a little disappointing that taking 2 more seconds of time was a little too much. And I do want to make one last comment coming down. This is not the worst idea in the world, but if I may give a constructive criticism, it would be nice if the mayor would sit next to you, because the mayor blocks off the council, and this is still a council meeting. So if the mayor sat next to you, it would be an advantage, and then what a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Wonderful idea. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Beth DRC, 27700 Gilchrist Drive. Good. I would like to say thank you to council for the due diligence that you guys did on the RITA issue. And I have a few comments that I would like to make in support of the switch to RITA. I've lived in Euclid for 30 years. I'm a CPA. I've been preparing tax returns for over 22 years. Before that, I was an auditor for 8 years. As I said, I support the switch to RITA. First of all, RITA is not a tax. Despite the yard signs that combine 2 issues and state no new taxes, no RITA, RITA does not change our tax rate, reciprocity, or penalties. Based on my firsthand experience interacting with RITA, they are a very well-run company. They are knowledgeable, professional, and they do what they say. I have never had a problem resolving any tax issues with them. I have seen and heard many points made by the anti-RITA group. I would love to address every single issue. However, my time is limited. The main reason to switch, in my opinion, is that RITA will bring in more revenue. Their estimate is $1 to $3 million per year. It almost sounds too good to be true, right? How can we be missing that much revenue? There are many, many reasons why Rita finds more revenue. One obvious example is their access to federal tax information. Rita has access to federal tax information, and Euclid does not. Some of the anti-Rita folks are saying that Euclid gets this same information from the state of Ohio. That is not true. Both the Euclid tax director stated to council on the record and the state of Ohio have confirmed that Ohio shares only name, address, and social security number. Euclid gets no income information whatsoever. Without income information, we are limited in our ability to verify tax returns. It's like having to work with a blindfold on. Rita has not only the information, they also have state-of-the-art technology to analyze that information. They do it for the 300-plus cities that they administer. They have been doing this for decades, learning, growing, and improving their processes. Our tax department does a wonderful job with the information they have. They simply can't compete with the resources that Rita has. Rita has a proven track record of increasing revenue. They do this regularly. When they took over Cleveland Heights, revenue went up $2.7 million. That could pay for our garbage collection, right? More recently, when they took over in Niles, they estimated an increase of $400,000. They actually increased by $650,000. The list can go on. Of course, many factors affect revenue. So how does anyone really know what Rita's effect is on the bottom line? Well, one way is to look at the data. Analyze the actual results of many cities over many years, and you can get an idea of a trend. We have that. I won't bore you with the details. It's on a spreadsheet that was presented at a council meeting. The results showed that in every case analyzed, the cities that switched to Rita beat Euclid. Keep in mind, this is going back 10 years, includes the recession years when revenues declined. Those that switched to Rita did not decline as much as Euclid. In the end, Rita beat Euclid by an average of 7%. Even if Euclid only sees half of that, it would result in over $900,000 more revenue. During council's consideration of this issue, they reached out to cities that switched to Rita for feedback. Every city contacted had positive comments about Rita, working with them, the transition, and the results. Even Lakewood, the only known city who left Rita to form an in-house department, recognizes that Rita would be a good choice for a city where most revenue is from withholding, like Euclid. Some have asked for a guarantee. Rita can't offer that as they are a nonprofit and all costs are shared across its members. As such, a guarantee doesn't make any sense. Rita's track record speaks for itself. We have plenty of evidence showing Rita will bring in significantly more revenue. Please vote yes on issue 27. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Jeffrey Beck, 25540 Chatworth. There's somebody home at my house now. But that's a valid point. That's a very valid point. Our group, Euclid Citizens in Action, is opposing the change to Rita. We do have a yard sign out there that covers both issues. If you read the yard sign correctly, we don't state that Rita has extra taxes. It doesn't. Your taxes aren't raised if we go to Rita at all. The only way you can raise your taxes is if you vote on it. Rita, from what we see and what Yelp reviews show and what Channel 5 has exposed in the past, is not a very well-run company. You become a number with them rather than a name, which you are right now with our own tax department. Rita has no promise of extra revenue. As a matter of fact, I've heard numbers anywhere from $800,000 to $3 million. But the reality of it is when pressed on it at the meeting, the mayor would say that there's no guarantee out there of any extra revenue whatsoever. So it's an if come. You don't know. Other cities that have changed over to Rita have seen an increase. Well, that's probably true, but are they coming from their own tax departments, or are they coming from another organization like CCA? If they're coming from another organization like CCA, I don't think they're very well run either. As for the federal tax information versus the state tax information, we never stated we get the exact same information. The state tax provides us with the name and address. We cross-reference that with non-filers, and we send them a bill for $1,000. That usually gets them in because that's more than what most people owe. As for finding all these people out there with their technology, a respected accountant that does business in this city recently let us know that a client walked into her office and hadn't paid they lived in a RETA community and hadn't paid their city tax in over 6 years. Never once did they get a letter or any other kind of correspondence from RETA. So RETA doesn't catch everybody. RETA has 300 communities, that's correct. So how much time would they spend on Euclid? Our tax department spends 100% of its time on Euclid. The big thing is cost. There's no promise of extra revenue. We operate our tax department at less than 1.4% of revenue. RETA is charging a minimum of 1.7%, plus they have an a la carte menu. $8 for every letter that they send out, which they call a subpoena, but it's just a letter. $35 an hour for a paralegal if they have to go to court. These are costs we don't pay now. We have a law firm that passes those costs on to the delinquent taxpayer. That wouldn't be the case with RETA. RETA also charges 2.75% to use a credit card. The big thing, though, with me, another big thing with me is money flow. We have instant access to our tax dollars as they come in. RETA will give us our money twice a month, but RETA will withhold 3% of our collections, which would amount to about $900,000 a year, and settle up with us according to their contract once a year, which, according to their sample contract, they have a buy-in just to even belong to this organization. So RETA is going to cost us more money with no promise of extra revenue, and you will become a number instead of a name. You can walk into our tax department, and over 9,000 people a year do that. You can have them fill out your form, friendly, quick, in and out. If there's an issue and you have a problem, they can sit there and I'll take care of it for you quickly. I actually had an issue this past year where they had my wife's quarterly payments under mine that we had filed separately last year. And so when she had her taxes done, they said, well, you don't have any quarterly payments. So I went in there, and within 5 minutes it was corrected. I could still be on the phone with RETA trying to get that fixed. But in any case, we oppose the change to RETA. We think we're getting a much better deal with our own tax department, and we urge everyone to vote no on issue 27. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Seeing none, we will now go to our councilman's comments, and we begin with Councilwoman McIntosh.
Council President, Councilman Watilla.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Watilla. So sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One announcement, Fullerwood Neighbors Association, again, is kind enough to open up their meeting to the rest of Ward 6, and that meeting will be this Thursday, October 24th, and that starts at 7 p.m., and that's located at 367 East 260th Street. So, and that's a candidate and issues night, again, at St. Robert and William, October 24th, this Thursday at 7 o'clock p.m. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have not gotten any announcement about the change in the agenda for Wednesday. Could somebody please explain what is going on Wednesday evening, including the times it starts? I just checked my email. I don't see anything about it. Obviously, some folks know about it, because I need to plan my work day so I can get here at 6 o'clock.
It was changed last week. We changed Wednesdays, 6 o'clock instead of 6:30. I'm telling you, you don't have to shake your
Okay,
head.
but
I'm
I'm
making you
saying
aware.
that I didn't get anything, okay?
Well, and I'm giving you the corrected information. We'll look into why you didn't receive it,
Didn't receive it. She
because I
doesn't
believe
have it.
other people did receive it. So you're aware, on Monday night, on Wednesday, 6 p.m., from 6 to 7 is the RFP for sure by the consultants that we have putting it together. Public can come and comment on it and add questions, things they would like to see. We will then have from 7 to 8 the Celebration Village folks, where we will do updates. We will talk about some pending legislation that will be drafted for us, and we will talk a bit about the TIF. Those are the two items. And then we will look into why you would not have received it when other folks did.
Okay. What I would like to know for the Celebration Village portion, who's going to be here for that? Since I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
Director Sweeney, who will be here?
Madam Chair to Council, I don't know exactly who's coming. I know Cliff Watson is coming. I know Mike Lepresti's coming. I believe the gentleman from Key Bank is coming. Attorney Lee Chilcote is coming. I think one person from the Atlanta group is coming. That's what we know so far.
Okay. What perturbs me, and I know my time is short here, but still, it bothers me. Last meeting, we found out that DeVita is not coming, not from the administration, but from a resident's question. Okay? The communication here is not very good. It just isn't. Okay? That's been my complaint for a long time. The last time Celebration Village came in, we didn't know who was, I didn't know the team that was showing up here. So, for this to occur is disturbing. Because again, some of us work and we work late, and you have to plan your day around that. So, besides the team from Silverlode for the shore presentation, who else is coming to that? Is it just Silverlode? That hasn't changed.
As far as I know, those are the only people coming.
Okay. Director Holliday, I had asked you a while back about the number of senior facilities, senior living facilities in the city, and you deferred to the marketing study that Celebration Village folks did. Do you have any independent information that you can share with the City Council?
Director Holliday?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, I do believe that an intern in the law department may have put together some independent information on that we'd be happy to take a look at tomorrow and share with you.
Okay, that would be appreciated. And Madam Chair, just going through some old emails, kind of cleaning up stuff. I know about 5 or 6 years ago, we talked about the East Side Greenway. That was a big initiative. And I don't see much in the past several years. So, to the administration, do you know, is that initiative continuing? If so, can we get an update on it? Director Holliday or anybody else from the administration?
Director Holliday?
Yes, Madam Chair, to the councilman, the Eastside Greenway plan that the county prepared was expanded into a countywide trail system, and that was actually part of the impetus for County Executive Budish's announcement recognizing the desire in that plan to create greater connectivity along the lake. So those plans are adopted and were intended to be implemented incrementally, and are definitely still in place.
Okay, I didn't see it anywhere on the website. Can they be placed on the website so people can take a look at that?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, we can certainly add a link to our website to where those plans are hosted at the county, certainly.
That would be appreciated. And Madam Chair, I'll end by wishing my colleague Laura Gorshi a happy birthday, and hopefully all the trick-or-treaters stay safe and keep an eye out for them. And with that, I'll say good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gorski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I'd like to say that the magnitude of spam emails that we get in any given day can be anywhere from 20 to 30. And so perhaps we're missing something or deleting something. But we had talked several months ago, maybe not really several months ago, maybe several weeks ago, about what is going on with the spam filters and what can we do to manage that filter from coming in. Obviously, residents aren't getting emails or feeling like they're being blocked. Meetings may or may not have been gone off or been missed. So we really need to look at that because it's an annoyance and it's really hindering communication, in my opinion. So thank you very much for looking into that. I want to thank the Ward 8 residents from this past Saturday. We had a well-attended, great talk from Captain Cutright. We discussed parking issues. Thank you, Chief Meyer, for your attendance that day. Between sporting events with your family, it's truly appreciated. We talked about leaf pickup and snow removal from our General Foreman, Joe Capuzzo. Linda Beck gave a wonderful Euclid, Keep Euclid Beautiful presentation, which kind of went on with some of the recycling concerns that we've heard of this evening. Many things that they do that you kind of go through the year and you know what's happened, but when she has a summation, it's really a great entity to keep going on and participate in. We also had Chris Paporis and Florence Masella to talk about the Euclid Schools report card, and was very well enjoyed by all. So many trick-or-treat opportunities this year. That's really great. I'll be able to make one, I believe. But if we could just get the magnitude of spam put to bed, I really appreciate that. And it's been my pleasure to spend my birthday evening with all of you here tonight. So, and with that, I will say good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One announcement, there will be a public safety meeting held on October the 30th at 6:30 here in the council chambers. Our guest will be an officer from ODNR to discuss ways to control and handle the population of deer, raccoons, groundhogs, and coyotes. I know that we have a major concern with deer and especially raccoons, and not only just the overabundance of that population, but also the fear of health concerns as well with those that population of critters that we have in our yards. I love the deer. You know, I love seeing them, but I know that it is a major concern. So we are looking at it. And the reason why I brought, I think I discussed this with Councilman Jaros before, and he was the one that put me in touch with the officer from ODNR. And that was because I know that I have a few residents who have concern with raccoons and also the deer population, but also there are municipalities surrounding municipalities that are looking at ways of controlling that population. And one is culling, which I would really not like to see, but we have to consider something. So this will be an informative committee. This will not have any legislation attached to it right now, but we would just, any questions that we may have or any questions anyone in the audience may have, please come to that meeting that night on October the 30th. I'd like to congratulate Lieutenant Story. I'd like to congratulate him on his much-deserved recognition for his heroic actions. You know, the family that he recovered from the burning car have to be very, very, how should I say it, you know, because they were actually passed out, they said. And for him to just stop and to be there in the right place at the right time, I mean, my God, they have to be very grateful to that. And last but not least, I'd like to congratulate and say happy birthday to my colleague and my friend, Laura Gorshi. Happy birthday, and this is a wonderful place to celebrate your birthday. You know that, among friends, right? Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank all of Ward 2 that came out for the Ward 2 meeting we had last week. Also want to thank Interim Superintendent Chris Paporis, who did an outstanding job with presenting their side of the issue. Also for Director Connect, one question. Since leaves haven't quite fallen enough yet, how is it that we will be notified that leaf pickup will start?
Director Connect.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, on the city website, front page, bottom right-hand corner is Leaf Collection Central. As soon as crews are out, we will put an update on there and also have Matt put it out through all the channels that we have available.
Perfect, thank you, sir. All right, and for all the trick-or-treaters and trunk-or-treaters, stay safe, make sure adults, we watch out for the youngins out there, and also happy birthday, Councilperson Gorchet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to everyone here. A couple of announcements that I would like to make. First, on this Thursday, October 24th, there will be a Ward 3 Mix and Mingle for all Ward 3 residents. Come out as we talk about our ward, our vision for our ward, moving into the future, how we can work together to ensure that Ward 3 is a place that we love to live in. That will be held at Mitchell's. It will be on Thursday at 6:30, the lower level. There will be free food provided as well, and then afterwards, feel free to stay for some line dancing. For our Euclid Hill Villa residents, we will have a special meeting, coffee and conversations with myself and the mayor. That is Monday, October 28th. Unfortunately, I was unable to meet with them last Monday because it was my birthday and I was gone. And so I wanted to make sure that we made that meeting up with them so that we can answer any questions. I know they have a lot of transition going on up there, and we want to make sure that we address those needs. So if you are watching, my Euclid Hill Villa residents, we will see you next Monday, the 28th at 6:30 in your community room. Also, Grace Community Church will be hosting their annual Fall Fest on November 2nd at their property up on the hill, which is the old parking lot of the old Kmart. Will be in a parking lot. They do a bonfire. They are having a 100 free bike giveaway this year. They typically have some food trucks. They do kind of a trunk or treat thing there, but it's really a nice event where hundreds of people from around the city come out. So I hope you come and enjoy some of that. I did want to ask Director Holliday if you got an update on Amazon. Now I will tell you that I usually meet the Amazon trucks around 7:15 in the morning, and I have seen a lot less traffic. I've seen them going down Babbitt more as opposed to cutting through Tungsten. However, with the resident living on Tungsten, I would gather that he would have more late night information. I've not seen many semi-trucks, but have we spoken with them and gotten a update at all as to what's going on there? Have they changed their routing, or am I just missing it? Maybe they're changing their times.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, I did get an update from the Amazon rep that said that they would be changing their routes and instituting policy changes. I asked that he follow up with me with a definitive once that went into effect. I've not yet heard from him, but in my time there late last week, I did seem to notice some reduction as well. However, I think this is something we want to continue to monitor, so we want to continue to hear from yourself and residents. So please keep us informed on what you're seeing. And then, as I mentioned to you, I'll also be meeting with the law director and police chief in the event that this is not resolved to our satisfaction through our cooperative efforts.
Okay, thank you. And then Chief Meyer, I do have a question because I do know that East 248th is a street where there has been a lot of drug activity, but I know that you all have worked hard, but it seems to be, I don't know what the process is, not that I want it to go to this extreme, but I think about late, let's say 90s, a house known for drug deals at some point end up boarded up with a red ribbon on the door that, says this house was shut down. Not that we want a bunch of boarded up houses, but what can we do, especially for a resident who's saying, okay, I'm noticing this activity, it's right here by my house. You come out, you make the bus, however, this house is still attracting this type of activity. Is there anything that we do to, once we make the bus, ensure that we are not the same repeat offenders are not causing the problems?
Councilwoman Hill, we do our best to work those locations. Things have changed, tactics and things have changed since those times you remember, where there was more of a focus on law and order. I'll just put it that way. So currently, even with the boarding up, I could talk to, I don't know if Director Connect is aware of the, they have some rules on how you can even board up the homes. Director Sweeney, I know some of the, so the traditional way of boarding up, they're not allowing us to do that anymore. As far as, I know the residents are very frustrated because they'll see us arrest multiple parties during a search warrant and then want to know why the police have released them and they're back out. Many times the police don't have anything to do with the releasing of them. The courts have released them. You're going to see a lot more of that too with the bail and bond reform that we're beginning to see. I guess, I mean, at some level there's some value to some of those changes they're making, but there's much less of a focus on law and order. I think that folks believe that when you're, particularly in Cuyahoga County, when you're arrested and or convicted of lower level drug trafficking, felony, trafficking of heroin, you know, that you're definitely going to prison. That's not the case. So it's frustrating, extremely frustrating for us to have to continue to go back to the same location, to have these individuals that pick up that case and then pick up numerous cases either in Euclid or Cleveland or other locations, and have the court then just kind of bundle them up all together and see it as one charge because it's just easier that way, and the sheer volume too. So I don't know, it's not something we can arrest our way out of, but we're really frustrated. I still would have residents continue to contact the police department. They can contact our narcotics unit, and they don't even need to give their information. They can provide that anonymously. And there are numerous things techniques they use when they're looking at that location. I know it's frustrating. I know that we try to work with the law department to try to get, and with the landlords to try to get them to either evict, usually to evict these folks, or through nuisance abatement, so we work with those things. But I know it's frustrating, because we'll get residents who will call and say, well, the same people are back in the house again. And there is some frustration. The process takes a while too. So, you know, there's certainly those techniques when we're looking at a location. A lot of times we'll get that quick car-to-car traffic, you know, the car-to-car deals on the streets. We certainly, yeah, we can, and there are many times I'd be cautious because you may be being watched by the police and you don't know it, but the majority of the time those are just handled the good old-fashioned way through traffic enforcement, where we then make, I don't know if people realize the majority of our firearms that we seize, illegal firearms and narcotics, are done through traffic stops, and they're done for minor violations. And I believe in that technique. So, and those who don't, I don't know, I assume the community supports that, and if they don't, well, then we don't have to do that anymore either. I mean, I don't know, I guess we can go to a community standard of policing if that's what folks want, and want to be hypercritical of the police on any of these techniques that we're trying to do to stem the tide of violence and drugs. So it's really frustrating for us too. We're trying to balance a lot of things in our effort to, I know this is a really long answer, but to try to address all of these issues. And you have a lot of different opinions and concerns, and I'm not going to get into the validity of those. I mean, everybody has a different perspective, but we're still, and I still assume that residents want us addressing these issues, and we'll continue to do so. But the homes, we do eventually get there. We eventually working with the landlords or nuisance abatement or with our courts. It's just really frustrating because I know it can take a period of time, and I know that gets really frustrating. But as far as the old school boarding up, we can't even do that anymore legally.
It doesn't look good.
It doesn't look, it looks awful, but But it would send a short message, but then you would have communities where you'd have all these boarded up houses, and that wasn't helping either. So, the approach to this is just doesn't, it's not just the police that need to be involved. The community needs to be involved in these things too, and I think that these things like the community beautification, all these things that keep Euclid beautiful, all those sorts of things, when you make communities aesthetically pleasing and neat and clean, and you send a sense of community and orderliness, I think that helps too. Because we've seen in areas where you lose that, you start to lose, that kind of where the community kind of has that level of self-control. So I know that was a really long answer, but I would still encourage residents to absolutely contact us, because you know how many search warrants we execute, and we will continue to do so, and we will continue to work with our federal partners to that end. So just keep calling, keep letting us know, and you can do so anonymously. And it's not snitching on somebody. It's not. I don't understand where the loyalty would be with somebody who's destroying your community. So I just ask that our community tries, and that the police too, try to be good community partners and try to work together on those issues. But we will address each and every one of those. It just may take some time. So.
Thank you. And thank you. I know I'm out of time, but I did want to say to the resident, I do know your frustration, and I would encourage you, especially with the drug deals, call the police, but you can still send that information to me as well, and I always make sure that the chief gets it so that they can start a investigation. It is not a quick fix, however, unfortunately, and as discussed, we'll work on that other issue as well with those trees. And with that, I'll say thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilman Giles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were hoping to get Councilwoman Gorsia up by 9:30 on her birthday, but I don't know, we're running a little long. First and foremost, congratulations to Lieutenant Story on his heroic efforts and being rightly acknowledged for those. Also, tomorrow there'll be a Ward 4 meeting at 7:30. It's a little late start, but library's been busy, as you know, a lot of meetings going on. So Ward 4 meeting, 7:30. Lake Room at the Euclid Library. Special guest will be Director Connect, talking about the Monterey Street project, as well as what's going on 108th Street, and just be able to address any other general street or service concerns throughout the ward. And we understand possibly a special appearance by our mayor as well. Want to thank a couple officers, Officer Brooks and Officer Peniotu. Had the opportunity last week to witness their defensive tactics training that are going on. If folks may recall, and we kept it a little bit secret, but a couple years ago, really tried to make a big push, or at least this was my naive approach, I guess, if you will, to try to make a push, try to find some grant funding. Really believe strongly in defensive and de-escalation tactics. Essentially, what they are is the ability to de-escalate a situation or control a suspect without having to impose any serious physical harm on them. Spent a lot of time going to multiple sources to find grant funding, et cetera, and ultimately that kind of just fell through. And one of the main reasons was, hey, we can't run a year-round program because we need guys on the streets. So with that, I'd just like to read a couple excerpts from that letter that was sent, and then kind of go on to something that kind of probably springing on the administration a little bit here, but this was from 2017. In 2017, the Euclid Police Department responded to over 43,000 calls for service and recorded over 8,900 offenses, 148 of which required some use of force. Additionally, EPD answered over 96 overdose events, 63 of them requiring Narcan, and EPD administered Narcan in more than half of those occurrences. As a chart below illustrates, Euclid is experiencing a significant rise in violent criminal behavior. However, budgetary limitations have restricted our ability to meet these difficulties in accordance with their severity, and it goes on to name a number of basically violent crimes that are up 20, 30, 40, 50% and above 5-year averages, including one which is flight, which is really an interesting one where in 2013 there were 20 notified instances of an offender fleeing the scene and creating a chase situation. In 2017 there were 92. So we are seeing, obviously, an escalation of the violence and the severity of such. That leads me to a thought, and that is essentially more police. And how do we look into that? There's a lot of data that suggests, and I'll just read a couple because I am running a little bit out of time. Solid data suggests spending more to hire police officers, an idea espoused by both Presidents Obama and Clinton, is a sound approach to the multifaceted problem of criminal justice. More officers on the streets seems to deter crime and reduce the need to actually make arrests. And some of the best validated approaches to reducing potential excessive use of force by police officers require the departments to adopt more manpower-intensive practices. A couple other just real quick statistical data too. There was from 1960 to 2010, they did a comprehensive study, and they think that every dollar spent on extra policing generates $1.63 in social benefits. And then a recent analysis from the economics department at Princeton suggests that each additional officer can reduce up to 1.9 in robberies and 5.1 auto thefts. Now, how do we pay for that? Obviously, that is going to require a lot of discussion between now and budget time, and we got to, so throwing it out there, worth exploring as we go through the budget. Does a levy make sense of some sort? I don't know. These are just ideas, but I do think when you do economic development, you want to get developers, they all talk about, well, what's the crime? Is it safe? And we have residents come to the podium talking about policing, et cetera. Those are issues that I think are worth a discussion instead of just saying, well, we don't have the money. Is it possible that we can't find it? And last, with my 20 seconds left, as a grandson of a veteran who fought in the 80th Infantry under Patton's workhorse, on the 3rd Army, who received the Bronze Star and multiple Purple Hearts, as well as the son-in-law of a Air Force veteran who is currently suffering from Parkinson's, the debilitating disease that can be traced back to his exposure to Agent Orange during his service in the Vietnam War. I think anybody who is concerned about at least this council person's patriotism or love or respect for veterans is a little too sensitive and frankly misplaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to firstly thank residents both in Sunnycliff and Benton Village for inviting me to participate in some gatherings this weekend. It was nice to connect more with residents and talk about and see the improvements that they're doing in their own little communities themselves. So thanks to them for that. Also a reminder that I will be holding a ward meeting on this Saturday, October 26th at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Lakefront Community Center. And we'll have Mayor Gale as well as someone from EPD and the schools speaking, and we'll have some snacks and refreshments. And I also want to address the residents' comment regarding last council meeting. I'm also a descendant of grandparents who were veterans who served in Korea in the Coast Guard. My grandfather was a police officer in Cleveland. He went missing for days during the Huff riots. I understand the sacrifice that people make to be heroic, much like Lieutenant Story that we celebrated this evening for his heroic actions. And my I guess lack of action last council meeting was not enough front on veterans, and I'm sorry that is how it was taken. I commend Councilwoman Gorshi for her efforts in raising money for the American Legion, for the veterans, Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I applauded and I congratulated her, and I am sorry if that was not enough. But I'm happy to talk with Councilwoman Gorshi one-on-one if she feels that that's necessary. I'm happy to do that. And with that, I'll say goodnight. Thank you.
Thank you. You're done, sir.
A correction, Madam Chair.
I don't know, Daryl. Go ahead.
Well, the birthday girl couldn't find her announcement, but I did find mine embedded with all the spam that
There
was
you go.
deleted. So I don't know where Laura's is, but I
You
found
were making our council clerk very nervous because she is very attentive to that. Thank you. Okay, and finally, one more time, this coming Wednesday, 6 p.m., an Executive and Finance Committee meeting. You're probably all sick of hearing about it now, right? 6 o'clock to 7, we will do the RFP for Shore. Please come if you are interested in this great asset of ours, because we are looking at what our consultants are putting together for an RFP to go out. The second hour from 7 to 8 will be Celebration Village folks to come in and give us updates on where they're at. We will discuss pieces of legislation that will be coming forward, and we will talk a bit about the TIF. And if there's no other business to come before council, I will take a motion to adjourn. So moved by Councilwoman Hill, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Landlord to pay her rent with sexual favors. My neighbor is told she needs to get rid of her dog, even though he's an assistance animal. They reported these forms of housing discrimination. When you don't report them, landlords are allowed to keep breaking the law. Housing discrimination is illegal. If you think you've been a victim, report it, like we did.
Fair housing is your right. Use it.